JTW, can you please go get yourself a chocolate chip cookie? Go get yourself a pat on the back. You're an absolutely amazing person. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, I'm watching a video called The Worst Thing You've Ever Heard a Teacher Say at School by Undersparked. And by the way, so I know if it looks like I'm depressed, I'm not. I might be a little tired. Oh. There's your proof. I actually have a pretty interesting thing to say. The worst thing I've heard from a teacher, well, I didn't hear it, but apparently it got out to me that we had a sub in I had a sub in 8th grade who called me the retard behind my back. I'm more offended at the fact that she had the balls to actually sit, or she didn't have the balls to say it in front of my face. If she did, I would have gone to juvie that day. I would have lit her ass up. Me being on the spectrum, that's extremely disrespectful to say. She was never hired. Yeah, I'm actually more mad that I didn't get to whoop her ass. Old hag. Man, it actually amazes me how some people are just a stuck-up old bat. Like somebody pissed in her cereal or something that day. Yeah, once my teacher that was being subbed for found out, she lit into her, and basically she was never seen again at our school. So yeah, she's gone. I was actually looking for her so I could yell at her. Yeah, piece of shit. I mean, come on, saying it to a kid in middle school, that's disgusting. Honestly, it is. I mean, you probably shouldn't say that to other people. But, like, still, like, to a kid, that is... Yeah.
Have you ever heard a teacher say at school? When I was about 9, our teacher asked the class what we wanted to be when we grew up. One kid
I reacted to this, but I was muted.
Garbage man for US. The teacher went into a rant, saying that jobs like these were for the lowest, most unintelligent.
What a piece of shit teacher. This poor kid wants to be a bin man. I actually was about to become a trash collector. If I wasn't a dishwasher, I would have been a trash collector.
The kid said. By now, he was in tears.
Poor little kiddo.
Career, which is undoubtedly not only helpful to society, but necessary to society, is just gross behavior from a teacher, no less. I don't have high hopes for this thread. Story 2. Age of 9. Lost my father in a horrific accident. I returned to school a few days later, and after attendance was taken, the teacher said to me in front of the class got together and sent flowers to your father's funeral. I paid your share, so make sure you bring in $2 tomorrow as I need to be paid back. He then went on.
Hey, chat. I am sorry for your dad passing away in a funeral. I gave you cookies. Now, can you please give me a $2 bill to pay me back for the cookies I just bought you? Thanks.
Story 3.
No, actually, I'm pretty sure that might be a crime there. If I'm not wrong, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll completely take the fall. But I'm pretty sure it's illegal to buy something. Well, actually, I think it's illegal to buy something and then successfully force someone to pay for it. For example, I can't go to your house. If I go to your house and I cleaned up your room and I said, you need to pay me, well, you didn't want me to do that, so you don't have to pay me. Basically, that's the thing. You shouldn't pay for things that you didn't want. For example, maybe that kid didn't want cookies. That kid shouldn't pay for it anyway.
To me, but in middle school I had a teacher grab me from the lunch table and drag me to the principal's office. After grilling me for a while and telling me I know what I did, they finally revealed to me that
I hate teachers that say, oh my god, you know what you did, and then they proceed to never tell you a thing.
I was biting my nail. Story 4. One day in a history class, my professor, who was at least 80 years old, was talking about bedfellows in Victorian England, and saying how common it was for men to sleep together. He used himself as an example, and said he used to sleep with his grandfather all the time as a child. After he said that, though, he looked at the ground and said to himself, audibly, still wonder to this day if he assaulted me.
What the hell?
Shrugged and said, oh well, too late to know for sure now. It was fascinating to see someone overcome deep-seated trauma so quickly. Here's a hint, OP. That's not overcoming trauma. At best, that's repressing it. It's either that or the teacher
Holy
trying
shit.
to make a really weird joke. Either way, don't love what happened here. Story 5. One of my college professors straight up said one day, from my experience, African-American students tend to drop my class the most. It's probably too hard for them. Any of you notice how we haven't seen that one black chick who used to sit in the front row for weeks now? The guy was immediately shot down when the, quote, black chick raised her hand from the back row saying she'd been here the whole time. She just didn't know who my boyfriend was.
Man.
6. Congratulations. Your marriage of Dumbos made in heaven. I had a teacher in elementary school who after every test would pick the lowest scoring girl and lowest scoring boy and force them to hold hands, perform a brief marriage ceremony on them.
That's really creepy.
The kissing part, obviously, and have all the other kids sing.
Without the kissing part, that's kind of weird, dude.
Two kids sit together at the side of the classroom for the rest of the lesson, and they weren't allowed to stop holding hands until the bell rang. And yes,
that's really
this
weird.
did happen to me. 3 weeks was about how long the teasing lasted, and 6 years was roughly how long me and the groom avoided speaking to each other after that out of our residual humiliation. Edit. This was around the early 2000s. I'm not from the US and I didn't tell my parents. I honestly didn't think it was such a huge deal. Kids get punished all the time, right? I'm from a culture where teachers are considered authority figures to be respected. So no adult would have defended us, unless I was being physically hurt or something, probably. I'm surprised so many of you are outraged on my behalf. You're sweethearts. I'm not permanently
Yeah, that guy's a creep.
Can't speak for the other
Making
kids,
people
though,
hold
but
fake
after a day's worth of
weddings
crime,
just because they got the lowest answer on the
Most
test.
important edit. Did it work? Were you a better student from then on?
Oh, guys, I have some pretty good news. I succeeded at my finals for one of my classes. 1 out of 3 classes finals are done. I just did my last assignment for that class today. So in terms of assignments in progress, my tech class is done. And I'm waiting to do my other class. And yeah, my other 2 classes.
In the lowest graded class? No. Story 7. Not the worst ever, but it really screwed with me. There are literally millions of other cute little Chinese girls just like you that are much better than you and can replace you. For context, I study animation and am also Chinese. I was asking my teachers for advice on how to get better at drawing faster as I wasn't very high on my skill level, and was stressed about being left behind by my peers. Most of my teachers were very supportive, but obviously not all of them. I did work very hard to spite her though, and did get a scholarship from it. You just can't break my spirit. I go to school in the US and it happened to be a white teacher, but there are mean people from every race and gender. And good people say crappy things sometimes too.
Just kidding, I was gonna see if anybody got right. Oh my god, diamonds! I saw them.
During a free period. Turned right back around and took the long route so I wouldn't have to walk past them.
I knew exactly someone was gonna comment. Diamonds back there. I saw them.
Who said it was one of our most beloved history teachers, who we later found out had been stopped from taking their own life at least twice by one of the deputy heads, who'd been friends with him since their university days. Not stopped as in talked things out and convinced him it wasn't the best way to deal with his problems, but as in physically picked up and dragged away from a window. He, the deputy head, was quite intimidating as a teacher, and we gained a lot of respect for him after learning that. Story 9. When I was in high school, a gym teacher came up to me one day towards the end of class when everyone was just kind of freely shooting basketballs and hanging out on bleachers. I was standing by myself, and he walked up and asked me something about the neighboring town. He said, "Did you know that in Oldie they used to hang N-words with velvet?" And then just walked.
What the hell?
The only time he ever talked to me.
I mean, maybe it's a true fact, but probably shouldn't have used that language. But what the hell?
Everyone loved him, so I guess he was just messing with me, but he got me pretty good. Story 10. First day on the job, teacher walks in as the new CAD teacher, and his name's on the board. It looks like you'd pronounce it as butt man. He announces right away that it's not, and you'll be thrown out of his class if you call him that. He does roll and gets to a French African name that looks like it might be pronounced for a gay slur starting with F. Does not use better judgment, and says that slur as a last name. The kid just said, "It's pronounced Fajay, butt man." Kid obviously had to deal with this problem his whole life, and was not keen on the mix-up. New teacher blows up and is hollering at the 16-year-old who's not backing down. Takes a bit, but they both disappear. Teacher never seen in the building again. This was first period, first day of
Nice.
school.
Good luck.
Story
Hopefully
11.
it works.
Okay, I have one. When I was in elementary, I got confused at lunchtime and threw my food out early and wandered outside for recess alone. Realizing my mistake and having no idea what to do, I went back inside and told the lunch lady and asked what I should do. She dragged me by the arm to the center of the lunchroom with a live mic and informed everyone of my mistake and how no one should do what I did because it was a bad thing. She told everyone I was going to be expelled. I was sobbing at that point. I kept asking her what expelled meant, but she didn't answer me. All I knew was that it was a bad thing. I never told my mom until years later. And no, I didn't actually get expelled. Story 12. My high school gov teacher told me I was faking an autoimmune illness, and that I would never make it anywhere with my laziness. She was trash. I'm now nearly finished with my bachelor's in biology and headed to med school next year after surgery.
I'm not sorry. Gov class is the worst class I've ever taken. I've taken college. Of course, I've been to literally all 12 grades, plus pre-K, by the way. I have... in a while, but it's a computer. I mean, laptops. Like, we should all expect that. I'd say currently when I start my next semester, I'm on my 16th school year equivalent. So I've gone to school for over 16 years. And my worst, most disliked class was Gov class. I don't like English class, but at least reading about stories is cool. But if anybody has looked at my channel for a while and has listened to my non-stop ranting, you would probably learn one thing. I absolutely despise politics. And I absolutely despise both sides. It's like, screw this. I don't want to be involved in the circus. I watch them. I don't join circuses, I just watch them. But it's like, dude, I can't remember any of the things I learned in my Gov class. And if my teacher hears this, I don't care. You're a creep. I don't like you. Like, there's been some not safe for work things that he's been accused of, like literally making comments about some girls in his class. By the way, this is high school. However, I don't know if they're true, so they're just saying it's all, preliminary. But this is things people have said about him. It just doesn't look good. And the worst thing is that he is the coach. He's a coach, which is just not. It's just disturbing to think about. And plus, he was a dick to my cousin, or one of my other cousins. I'm not going to get into it because it's very personal. But he was a big old dick. My God, his class was so... I mean, I'm surprised he even got through that. Yeah, Gov class is definitely the worst. I don't like English classes, but Gov is the worst I've ever taken. Easily by a long shot. I don't remember anything I learned in that class. I don't have any use for it at all. I don't have any care for it. No way. No way. Is that actually who I think it is? You're not gonna believe this. I think I remember you. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, this right here might be one of my very first subscribers. Like, probably my first. Dude, if that's actually you, it is so good to see you. I remember I built that. If you are who I think it is, I think I remember building a basketball court. Imagine. That name is very familiar. And I remember your profile picture was blue, like that exact color. Ah, gravel. This spot here is annoying. Boy. Getting a lot of deep sleep. Awesome. I hope you're actually doing good, dude. You're amazing. Dude, that was like you are like, you joined very early. Nuts. I'm almost nearing 400. Just to show how long it takes for me to subscribe. Or not subscribe, me to reach a lot of subs. Honestly, the reason I'm not getting a lot of subs is because I stream and not make videos, and I don't hop on popular topics. Ooh. 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 Ooh, guys, did we just find a 2x2x2? Okay, guys, you ready for this? Aw, we didn't, but it's okay. No kidding. I go back and I look at my old videos and I'm like, wow, that's horrendous. I was a squeaker. I was an actual squeaker. Oh, and we don't talk about the mic quality. It's horrible. My mic always cut out, or it basically just completely fuzzled out. And I actually have had like 2 or 3 mic replacements. I used to actually run it off my headset. I actually have a mic, like a boom mic. It did cost me an arm and a leg to get it though, but the good thing is that I don't have to keep going through headsets and go through mics. I think it started showing up during my late ends of Horizon Forbidden West. It started fizzling out. Like if you go to one of my old fail videos I have, for like 2023, there's a Warden video, and you can hear my mic just go, like just cut out like that as I was screaming as I died to a Warden. And it is actually horrible. The only bad thing about this mic is that if I shut this up, you can actually hear my PS running in the background. Let me hear it. Yeah, that's such a pain. I can hear my PlayStation. I have reduced my mic. It is. The only problem is that I live in the basement, and I have hardwood floors, and the sound echoes. Oh, whoops! Didn't mean to drop that. Sound echoes off the walls, and it can be atrocious. I actually might have to get some sound insulation. Like I was always wondering, like, what the heck are those pads on streamers' walls? They're actually sound insulation, which is why they can sound so crisp, even when they're like talking very, very loudly. Those don't sound expensive. I just don't know how they're gonna look. I don't want to have half my room covered with pads. They look like one of those chambers you have in prison. Keep all the straight-jacketed people in. Yeah, I'm starting to really block up on tough. Tough here. Yeah, I'm starting to clog on tough. Yeah, we can definitely do an RTB. I need to refresh on some deep sleep. Oh, the sound quality is actually nice now. If this mic sputters out on me very soon, I'm gonna lose it because it's a very good mic. I had to give up an entire paycheck for it, and I hope it doesn't fizzle out. Maybe I should stop talking, because I don't want to doom myself. Yeah. I'm the person that, even though I don't make much, I am definitely willing to stop and, like, save up. If I can spend an extra penny or two to get the good stuff, I will. You know, I'm so lazy to climb up my ladder. I just do this. Man, you know your base is so big when you can just glide through it. As Willy Wonka would call that, that is up and out. There we go, we can stack up some of our tuff we've accumulated. It's a good thing about tuff is that not only do you not need to smelt it at all, it actually is so easy to mine. I know what I was doing now. Uh-oh. Here, Zambi. Ooh. Damn! Exactly. You can escape momentarily with cheap items, but again, it sucks to have to give up your money. But if you just get the most, not saying get $500 something when you can buy it for 20, but like 20. But like if you can spend more money to buy a more heavily quality product, I will. Oh, this. That's an electromagnet I made. I put 2 batteries to connect it, and it gets so hot. It's probably because I don't have a resistor on it. Shove a resistor on it. Probably 50, 100 ohms of resistance would do the trick. Oh, and you bet we have the brand new wood. Look, guys! I have the creepy wood. It's okay, guys. The creepy wood doesn't do that much. POV, the silent kid at school brings you a weird-looking piece of wood. I have a question. If I just go away, right, can I come back and it'll still stay there? I actually kind of want one as a pet. It's gonna pretend like it's not doing anything. Ooh, resin. Yoink. Can they burn in daylight, or do they just... Can they be spawned in darkness, or do they just burn in daylight? What the heck? Here's a perfect area to test out this theory. I don't know. Thanks. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Same here. Oh wait, that's lit. That's not gonna. I don't know. He doesn't seem to want to spawn it. Maybe it's because it's too light up here. I want to keep one so bad as a pet. Let's see, creaking. Creaking. Can they, do they just despawn if direct exposed to sunlight? Hmm. You know, Minecraft's weird when that freaking piece of a walking chunk of driftwood just doesn't want to die. Oh, you can play net noises. Creaking twitches. Footsteps. I wonder how they made those sounds. I don't know. I might be left over with 6 diamonds if I'm not wrong. Yep. 36 diamond blocks. It's not bad. I continue the video of what's the worst thing you ever hear a teacher say at school by Underspark.
It's psychopathic. Sent to me at 12, not even half a year after my mom died. She made us write an essay about our home life, which in retrospect was a screwed up excuse to snoop into my situation, and didn't like how I used humor to cope. So she pulled me out of the class to yell at me for 5 minutes for not being sad enough. I don't even remember what I wrote besides cracking some jokes about my dad's outfits. Story 14. Mrs. Nudell, my 3rd grade math teacher, 1987. I missed 2 weeks of school due to a horrible case of chickenpox and fell behind with whatever it was we were working on. A month after I came back to school, I was still struggling with math, but was too young and scared to ask for help. We had a test, and I failed. So Mrs. freaking Nudell brought my 3rd grade self up to the front of the classroom and shamed me. She told the entire classroom, "Oh, Pete will never succeed in math."
What a douche.
Stomachache. I'll never forget how awful she was to me, and I struggled with math for the rest of my time that I was in school. I feel like for some reason there are some people who just have this idea that shaming people will get them to do the inverse. Instead, it can really just become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
No, that's not what they believe. They just do that because they have the freaking power trip. They think because dude, you're not powerful. You're literally you're the boss of kids. You're not powerful. You're a teacher. And that's not me dissing teachers. I respect them. I actually really respect teachers. But I'm saying a teacher who thinks that they are literally like freaking Benito Mussolini over here in their school, like, dude, no. You're literally controlling kids. Like, dude. You're not even picking on someone your own size. Lol. Just saying.
Story 15. A teacher told the story of when he was working at a girls' summer camp. The showers had broken down and he had to go fix it for the girls who were mid-shower. They had the girls put their faces to the walls for some reason, and he described it as naked bums all along the walls.
That guy needs to be fired.
If it were a funny anecdote, I was creeped the hell out.
Oh, yeah, you should. That is creepy. You should probably report that.
Story 16. Paraphrasing slightly, but there's no such thing as Asperger's syndrome. This is just attention-seeking.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Admittedly, this was over 20 years ago when not everyone.
I could start, but I don't want to waste my time with idiots.
Brain scans resulting in a long-form diagnosis/explanation, which my parents had shared with my teachers. Every other teacher basically reacted with, "Oh, that's why he's so weird. Okay, we can work with this, but not this guy. Screw you, Mr. M." Story 17. Yeah, that girl has some jacked up teeth. He said it about one of my friends who had cancer and had half of her jaw removed. I told the principal, the teacher admitted it, and then I got kicked out of school. Story 18.
Oh, yes.
Worst thing.
Yes, you know what? Oh, what's the matter? You reported your teacher for making fun of a kid with cancer? Nah, you're banned. Get out. Oh, yes. Zero tolerance is so awesome.
But definitely the worst advice. In high school, there was a subject that I really liked. It was called Informatics 2, but it was mostly basics of graphic design and creative digital stuff in general. I was really inspired for a project we had to do and really excelled in it. Made a green screen at home, did some advanced video editing. It was
nice.
The
Jealous.
Mr. V, who was in charge of that subject, loved it, gave me an A+. Showed it to other groups of students as well. Later, I was told he would show that video presentation to future students as an example of a well-done project. The other professor, Miss M, who taught the same subject, but not to my group, met me a few days later in the hall and told me, "I saw what you did for Professor V's class. Congratulations, it's very good, but you shouldn't have done it." Why? You've raised the bar for everyone else. So somebody who could have gotten an A+ now would get a B or less. I actually took it as it is, and it kind of screwed me up for a while. Wish I could go back in time and tell her to screw off. I'm not in charge of grading, and I've got the right to excel as much as I want. There was no grading on
Exactly, you're doing good, doing good. Keep cooking.
She was probably thinking I raised the bar in a way that Professor V would now expect more from other students or something. To be honest, I wasn't thinking about all that in advance. It was maybe the only class I really enjoyed that semester. I just wanted to have fun. Story 19. In UK Year 11, age 15/16 English Literature, a teacher once told my class, "Polar bears almost exclusively eat penguins." I wasn't good at literature, but I was good at science subjects, and I wasn't this teacher's favorite pupil. So when she said this, I quite quickly argued back, saying she was wrong.
They eat seals. They can eat people if they come in contact.
And while there are various species
they can eat fish.
In the northern hemisphere. This was an open argument during class, and she offered to Google the answer, so she did, and I was proven correct. She sent me out of the class. Story 20.
Oh, what's the matter? You can't take a note that you're wrong for an answer?
Who was working on his 3rd DUI told me that I would OD before I ever graduated. I sent him an invite to my graduation. I mentioned how I hadn't OD'd. He no-showed, but one of my other teachers came and told me what a jerk that guy was.
What a
and that
douche.
should ask him why he couldn't make it, just to rub it in a little.
Boy, nice.
Like, seriously, that teacher probably had substance abuse issues himself, judging by the 3 DUIs, and just figured that a little.
Wait, so the guy who literally got 3 DUIs is making fun of a kid. and telling him you're gonna overdose before you graduate. Buddy, you got 3 DUIs. Stop talking. Like, dude, that's hypocritical.
I was projecting. Like, seriously, that teacher probably had substance abuse issues himself, judging by the 3 DUIs, and just figured that, I don't know, any misbehaving kid must also. Either way, bad behavior from a teacher, for sure. But I do genuinely hope he gets his own issues sorted out still. Story 21. When I was in 6th grade, the second election for Bush Jr. was coming around, and they were teaching us about political parties, and
oh god,
I asked which political party I belonged to, because as a kid with no prior knowledge, I wanted to know if I had one. My teacher then proceeded to tell the class that everyone is and must be a Republican, or they will burn in the fiery pits of hell, with the dirty, no morals having them friends. Turns out you don't go to hell for not being a Republican. Story 22. I'm a teacher's aide.
And that's why people don't like politics. Because they're absolute bullies.
I responded with, "You're making me realize why he left." Disclaimer, I have a good relationship with this student, and this kind of humor is appreciated by him. OP, regardless, this is a risky thing to say with this student. Like, I get you have a good bantering relationship, which is fair enough. But out of context, this makes you look real bad, man. Story 23. My theater teacher in high school told me I was too fat to act unless I played to be Fat Idiot's sidekick, and that I wouldn't be in a musical, and I would never make it into the world of theater. About a year later, her husband cast me in a musical, and
I'd be like, you know what? Okay. Here. How about we do a theater act of the Puritans during, you know, the witch trials? You know what? One guy that got stoned? Here. You can be the one guy that gets stoned, and I can act as the stones. There you go. Problem solved.
He really liked me. All of her comments
call me fat. I'll show you. That could be correct. I'll sit on you and just crush you.
And continued on through my senior year, even though she was still awful to me. Story 24. I had a teacher stand me up in front of the class and have them say "stupid" in unison. That really did a lot for my 5th grade self-esteem, especially considering my dad was in rehab at the time, and the reason I was called stupid was I lost my homework at said rehab visiting him. Joke's on her, though, I'm an accomplished scientist today, despite that terrible defense. Story 25. I was a bit of a problem child growing up because I would rather read, write, or draw than do academic things. It didn't help I studied in an Indian school, and that our education system places emphasis on rote memorization over practical understanding. So I had a bit of a reputation with the teachers. The moral science teacher got sick and the head teacher subbed in for her once. I had my run-ins with her, so I was a bit wary to begin with. Moral science was a silly subject in the first place, but that day we were talking about imagination, so I was super hyped. At some point during the class, she asked us something along the lines of, "Who here visualizes when they read?" And I eagerly stuck my hand in the air. My moment to shine, right? Wrong. All I got was a look of condescension and a, "Really? You?" in front of the whole class. I was absolutely crushed for a day or two, but I got over it pretty quickly, I think. But it stuck in my mind as a particularly mean thing to do for no real reason. Oh well. Story 26. Your son is slow. That's a quote from Mrs. George to my mom, right in front of me. Screw you, female dog, I'm no genius, but I'm by no means unintelligent. Turns out you were a lazy piece of crap unworthy of the title of teacher. Lucky for me, another teacher was your total opposite. That woman was an angel. Wherever you are, I love you. You were a fantastic teacher and a fantastic person. Story 27. By far the worst thing was what my 6th grade teacher screamed at us. We'd been doing something kids do, probably talking, and she went off at a class of 30 12-year-olds screaming, "I hope you all get your heads bashed in at high school."
Holy shit!
Teacher. Story 28. My history of art teacher is an old man, ready to be retired, but can't, because there's no one who can replace him. Anyway, he's pretty strict, but sometimes likes to joke around. I sit in the first row, and one day he was talking about some painting, stops mid-sentence, looks at me for a solid 10 seconds, and goes, "OP, your lips are very red, just like strawberry." I wanted to die while everyone laughed. My classmates even joked he had a crush on me. Edit. I wanted to clear some things up. I'm in high school and am a girl. Many of my teachers used to comment on my hair, lipstick, and makeup in general, my outfits, etc. But none of them made comments in overly creepy voices while looking at me like they wanted to eat me. It creeped the hell out of me.
The hell?
Pointing out a few things as well. One, he wasn't referring to my lipstick, but my natural lip color. Why me out of the 20 other girls? I don't know. And 2, my other teachers don't make comments that come off as rude or creepy. Usually my female teachers like to talk about makeup, so they give me comments like, "Testing out new makeup, OP? I really like that eyeshadow," or something like that. My male teachers usually comment on something more visible, like hair or t-shirt. None of them creepy. I wouldn't mind if he complimented my lipstick, but he complimented my natural lips and it was creepy as hell. Story 29. My brother abused me as a child. It started around 3rd or 4th grade, and when I was in 4th grade, he held a pocket knife my dad had given him up to my neck. I told my class about it because I was scared. My teacher took me to the hallway and told me, "Don't say those things or you'll be taken away from your family." I never mentioned the abuse to anyone.
I'd want to be taken away from my family if someone held a knife to my neck.
It only got worse after that, too. Story 30. She wasn't my teacher, luckily, but in high school, a religion teacher openly talked about how she thought homosexuality is worse than pedophilia.
Oh boy.
This was to a bunch of kids aged 16 and in a very secular country. Needless to say,
Yeah, that's... bruh.
no one showed any respect to that teacher anymore, yet she still teaches. Story 31. My design...
Oh, yes. Yes. Let's, yeah, you probably come from a religion of love and acceptance. Well, except for if you're a homo. Yeah, that's not love and acceptance to me, buddy. You're a scammer. You're a fraud. A cheapo. Weirdo.
The technology teacher really resented that I had very little interest in her subject. She asked me what I wanted to do when I left school. I told her I was going to do something with music. I was in all the school bands, orchestras, choirs, etc., and played piano at a grade 8 level. She told me to be successful at that, someone had to either be extremely talented or very hardworking, and that I was neither. Alright, so anyone else think this teacher had dreams of making it big and couldn't? Because that's the vibe I get. It's not even like OP said they wanted to be a huge star. They just wanted to be in the field of music, which is extremely feasible for someone who dedicates themselves to it. What a terrible, terrible thing to say to a student. Story 32. I had a tax teacher in college point out the kid who was bound to a wheelchair and had an aide who would take notes for him and say that he wouldn't get far in life because of his disability. And that was just the way his...
Well, you won't get far in life for being a stupid asshole.
His, quote, mother was also bound to a wheelchair as well. This made me so angry. Sure, he's gonna have a tough time, but no teacher has the right to tell a student what they can and can't accomplish in life. That teacher was a
That
jerk.
teacher probably couldn't accomplish anything past his career.
Evaluations. I'm not sure if he returned, to be honest. Story 33. Chemistry teacher earlier this year. Congratulations, you are forced of idiots. I honestly don't understand how any of you are still in my class. Just drop and take AG Chem or physics like the morons you are. She single-handedly insulted the entire junior class in 5 seconds.
Bruh.
She is, without doubt, the worst person I've ever had to deal with, and somehow still isn't fired. What kind of burn does she think take physics like the morons you are?
Physics is literally
physics is generally
nuts.
regarded as easy, is it? Sure, it's a different kind of thinking than a lot of chemistry, but it's just that, it's just different. It's not easier. This teacher has a weird ego. Story 34. What the teacher said wasn't horrible until we learned more a couple of weeks later. My 9th grade science teacher was talking about molecular bonds or something, and as an example called a girl up in front of the class, saying she was one atom and he was another, and they were attracted to each other, and if they were married, they would form a new molecule. The girl he called up looked super uncomfortable, but
weird.
at the time seemed harmless. Turns out they were having an affair, and he kept telling her that he was going to leave his wife for her. She was 15. When he
That
tried to
is
break it off
weird.
A couple of weeks later, she went and told on him. After that, he ended up in prison for a couple of years. Story 35. When I was in 8th grade, one of the boys snapped the bra of one of the girls. That led to a day without normal classes. Boys and girls were separated, and the teachers talked to us about intimacy, growing up, and relations. 3 women teachers and 1 man teacher talked to the boys. Near the end of the day, the man said, "You boys have to learn restraint. When you see Riley Johnson bend over, you can't stare. Believe me, I know how hard it is not to stare. When Riley bends over, I feel the stern in my pants too. She really gets her blood pumping, I know. She really is a hot little thing, isn't she?" By this point, he was looking into the air, addressing himself. But we have to stay focused. We cannot
That
waste
teacher
our lives
saying
with
that?
fantasies of all the things we can do to that young body. The women teachers were staring at him wide-eyed.
What
He turned red and shut up.
the
I thought
F?
it was weird then. At 13, now, I realized the man was a closet kid toucher.
Yeah, disgusting person. Probably should be investigated. No, not probably. Should be investigated.
Come on.
Dude,
Every
why?
time,
Keep
the
those
whole
thoughts
time
to
I was
yourself,
hoping,
you disgusting
praying that
mother
this was at
effer.
least an adult. Then it's just creepy and bad, not like horrific. But no, disgusting. Story 36 wasn't so much what he said, but what he did. It required him to say things that I only realized in retrospect were more messed up than it seemed at the time. And it's not like it wasn't terrible in the first place. 60-something white-haired supply teacher, weird vibe about him, realized he had a split in the crotch of his trousers, sends one of the girls from the class to home economics to get a needle and thread. When she gets back, he takes off his trousers, so he sat there in his underpants and shirt tail, hands the trousers to the same girl and tells her to start stitching them. We were all pretty young kids, so she complies.
What?
She looks mortified, none of us knew what to do. I forgot to mention, not only did he pick a girl for this, he picked the only black girl in the class. We didn't see him again after that day.
What the
I
hell?
got struck off the supply teacher's register. Like I said, I only realized the potential race connection later in life. The girl had been a classmate for years, so at the time, the thought didn't cross my mind. I didn't think she would be considered any different than me, a boy, or than any of the other girls. Story 37. In 6th grade, there was an Indian girl in our class, and she was getting teased because of the way she smelled. She didn't smell bad, just like Indian food. And our teacher did this thing where she would pull a student into the hall and talk to them either about bullying or being bullied. Well, she took this girl into the hall and had one of her talks with her. The teacher then comes back into class and tells us all that she had a talk with the girl, and explained to her that maybe her family could eat more traditional food on the weekends and more American food during the week. I will never forget being
What?
11 or 12 and thinking, is she crazy? I felt so bad for the girl. I told my mom about it when I got home that day, so my mom started packing me Syrian lunches. My mom was half Syrian, and called the teacher and absolutely went off on her for it. The teacher then apologized to the class and the little girl. Story 38. Probably the 3rd grade teacher calling me by my hated nickname when I was in 2nd grade. It didn't help my aunt found out and called me the same name too. And that's when I learned not to trust adults as a child. Story 39. I remember like 2nd grade Catholic school learning about saints and the subject of martyrs came up. Someone asked, so if someone was gonna murder you unless you said you didn't believe in Jesus, you can't say it or else you'll go to hell? And my teacher was like, I guess. Always stuck with me as screwed up. But looking back now, she was probably just thinking, they don't pay me enough for this crap. Story 40. What I've always hated is when a teacher says something along the lines of, you'll end up getting a job at McDonald's or Walmart or Wendy's. What they don't realize is that just getting a job, especially if there's a stigma against it, should earn respect. It's 1,000 times better than collecting an unemployment check for years. Story 41. You can't get into heaven if you have tattoos. Halloween is devil worship. Insert
Disowned.
2000s kids cartoon, which featured anything that vaguely resembled magic, was witchcraft and therefore devil
Disowned.
worship. If you don't follow
Bye. If you're my friend and people say that, yeah, I'm disowning you. No, I'm not sorry. You're done. I'm disowning you. I don't care.
Exactly. I'm going to make you repeat the grade. Should be noted we were 6 at the time. Sure, this was a Christian school, but no one else there was that freaking nuts. Especially not towards 6-year-olds. Close second was a 3rd grade teacher that attempted to teach us to question all science by giving a completely bullcrap explanation of evolution, and saying things that amount to, look at all these silly scientists thinking frogs turned into monkeys. I may be a Christian today, but holy crap, you do lay off the bullcrap a little. Edit.
I'm sorry, I have to say this. Don't you realize your way of explaining how humans came here are just as stupid? Like, to kind of like, it's funny how you're judging us for saying that we have fish that basically eventually evolved into humans when you literally just think that somehow humans were just created like that. I mean, look and technically in your views, both of our ways that humans were created are stupid. Yet they won't realize that because they're too stuck up. Simple as that. We want to admit or not.
Another, not as bad, but still pretty bad.
What am I going to put on this right area?
To give our class a last-minute short song to learn for a yearly performance. No big deal, but I just happened to be out sick the day he announced it. Not only that, but he wanted us to practice it in our own time, and never once mentioned this to me or even reminded the class to be practicing it. So the day before the performance, we go to do rehearsals, and he tells us to play that song. I speak up and say, I don't know it because he never mentioned it, and he straight up accused me of not paying attention. It's not my fault you told us to learn the song in our own time the day I was away, not tell me, and never mention it in class. He was otherwise a great guy, and I'm still friends with his son, but holy crap. Does it still upset me to think about that one? Story 42. Maths teacher in year 12. What are your plans for the future? I want to be a teacher. Aim lower. You'll never make it through university. You should just get married and start a family young, or work in childcare. You're not teacher material. 15 years on, I'm a coordinator at my school, in the office doing some admin work, when the same teacher walks in. They're a sales rep for a bookseller. Me taking the business card and seeing it's them. I thought I recognized you. You taught me year 12 maths at this school. Oh, I remember you. Working as a receptionist, I see. At least you're in a school. Actually, I'm a teacher here. Year level and subject coordinator. Ironically, maths coordinator. You're not teaching anymore? Oh, no, after your school I left teaching. Nobody respected me. Kids made complaints against me totally unsubstantiated and I got fired. Said I bullied them. You know I never bullied kids. Actually, telling me I'd never make it as a teacher is kind of bullying.
Wonder why?
It's not a real one, is it? By now, my principal had walked out of her office and had been listening in on the conversation. Actually, OP is one of our most valued teachers and one of the most qualified in her area. This place wouldn't function without her. And if this is how you speak to my staff, I'd appreciate it if you didn't return to our school again. And now, OP, I need your input on this. Are you free now? Took all my strength not to give them the finger and blow them a big, fat raspberry. Principal and I had a big what the hell was their problem discussion. Ah yes, the classic good teacher advice. Give up. Don't even try to achieve
No
your
kidding.
dreams. Amazing.
Teachers like to have that mentality should be fired.
Teacher per se, but it was the guy that
Teachers are supposed to put kids up, not tear them down.
For a career. And I told her that I wanted to be a chef.
What a
She
bully.
literally said, and I quote, "Why don't you do something where you use your brain?" I've been making
Yeah, cooking uses your brain.
20 years, and I don't subscribe to the everyone needs to go to college doctrine. Story 44. In first grade, there was one boy in our class, Reggie, who lived in a van. Most of the kids knew about it because a counselor had come around to talk to the class after someone had teased him about not changing his clothes. The counselor did a great job explaining to us that now was the time he needed support and friendship, and so us kids were all pretty nice to him after that. Then after winter break, we were all sitting around at sharing time talking about what we got for Christmas, and Reggie said he got a Super Nintendo. We knew this probably wasn't true, but we went along with it so he wouldn't feel bad. The teacher called him out on it, saying, "You've got a Nintendo in your van? Nobody likes a liar, Reggie." The kid just wilted. It was awful, and just the pure lack of compassion she showed has stuck in my memory for 25 years. Story 45. I had a PE teacher in 10th grade who was an absolute jerk. For whatever reason, I think it's because I wasn't a popular kid, he had it out for me. I wasn't doing well in school that year or the one before. I was just starting to deal with social anxiety and depression. Naturally, the grades took a hit, and he made sure everyone knew about it. He told all of the other students in my class what my grades were right in front of me. I don't know if that's illegal, but I sure as crap wasn't happy about it. On top of that, he would always pick where I would play in the team games we'd play. Everyone else got to pick where they wanted to go, except for me. I was thrown in with the popular kids, then called out and marked down for not participating when they would ignore me. And then there was the time he locked me out of the gym on a cold, rainy day because I was late, and then told me I should have been there earlier, and that me freezing in the rain was a punishment for tardiness.
Oh yes, let's literally leave someone to suffer out in the elements. That's awesome.
I was dealing with so much mentally, that crap didn't help. I eventually got fed up. I went to report him to the principal. I wanted him gone, but I didn't get very far with that. The principal told my mom that I was a liar, and that the teacher would never do anything like that, because he's such a great guy. Everyone loves him. Instead of attempting to
Stop white
I was
knighting
dropped from his class and earned no credit for the course that year. Story 46. In high school, I had a family emergency. Due to circumstances, I had to take care of 2 of my mentally handicapped family members for a week by myself. I went to explain the situation to my teacher, and what did she tell me? She said that I should either put them out of their misery or lock them in a room and not feed them. Another teacher even heard it and was appalled
Man,
by her.
they should lock that teacher out of a room and not feed him. You're wasting food. Man, we could donate some food overseas to people who actually need it instead of feeding your dumbass.
I honestly
What a
don't think
dick.
the same,
Like, here's what I'm wondering. What the hell pissed that lady off? Like, what made her act like a little bitter, awful, horrible person? Man, what a douchebag.
Never had the chance to. She was a mean teacher, and I really hope she rots in hell for some of the stuff she did to people. There's a lot of bad things in this thread, but this, just straight up telling you that these family members you had deserve life. That you should actively end their life.
That is a
crazy.
dickhead
This
move.
teacher doesn't need to just get fired. I don't know what else, but fired.
Lock her in a room and
They are a dangerous
keep her from getting food for 3 days. Let's see how she likes it.
I had a teacher who was a Vietnam vet. He was talking about some anecdote, and slur just slipped out of his mouth like nothing. We all just laughed since this was a couple of years before the whole PC culture thing started and there were no Asians in the class, but if you were to say it now, there would have probably been severe consequences. Story 48. In Australia. In high school, we had a Canadian teacher who taught us Australian students. He asked us about what kind of fauna you find in Australia. We said the usual. Kangaroos, koalas, crocodiles, etc. He told us we were missing one, and we racked our brains trying to think of it, until he blatantly said, Aboriginals. Seriously. This was only about 13 years ago. I really would have hoped that people were better than this.
Oh my god.
Canada has a bad past when it comes to their indigenous population. As a Canadian, I know this. That is absolutely a fair criticism of the history of the country. It was bad. Like, bad. But just 13 years ago, a teacher said this, teaching abroad. Not even about our own indigenous population, about theirs. Something about that makes it feel even worse. Either way, garbage human being. Story 49. When I was in junior high, I separated my patella, knee bone, from the muscles/cartilage doing the high jump. Planted my foot and rotated my body around it. Most painful experience I've ever had. Anyway, after surgery and
poor
recoupment,
thing.
managing to get a 4-inch bolt jammed in the same knee from a boat trailer, more doctors and recoup, I finally get back to school. I hate how my new knee looked and wore jeans all the time. Our PE teacher was a total meathead, so if you didn't excel at sports, you were a wimp/nerd. I hated sports since we had to wear shorts, so I just started to not bring them and sit out. One day, we're walking back from the oval and he picks up a pair of shorts from a mud puddle and holds them aloft and says, "Look, it's OP's shorts for his stupid white pasty legs that can't jump." This was said while looking directly at me with the whole class stopped in a group with him holding their dripping muddy shorts. It isn't the worst thing.
And by the way, lapis netherite are
but I was
fairly
crushed.
stored in
I
my
hated my leg
ender
at that
chest.
time and was struggling like hell to accept it. And this jerk just stood there staring at me with everyone just awkwardly silent. When we left it that day, he kicked my bag out onto the grass and said something directed at me, but I can't remember what. But happy ending time. My dad had been a teacher at this school many years ago and one other local high school. Woodwork/metalwork and technical drawing. He now, at this stage in the early 80s, was the head of one of the sections of the education department and came up with a lot of the yearly programs Australia-wide for these subjects. Dad found out what happened to me via one of my friends, of which I found out later, and that teacher never spoke to me again, and in 2 weeks we never saw him again. I never asked, but I knew Dad
You got fired. That's amazing.
I wish I would have found out before Dad passed. That was the best time he ever had my back. Story 50.
Oh.
In a whole year assembly of about 200 people, our head of year basically said that all Germans were Nazis if they didn't directly stand up against the Nazis. Never mind that...
Dude, that's actually just as racist.
Concentration camps. I can't remember
Oh, yes.
trying to make. I just
Like, by the way, it's funny because you're fighting the Nazis, which you should do because they were genuinely, inarguably, they were horrible people who committed some of the most horrible crimes in human history. And, they were racist as hell, too. Let's just not forget that. And you assuming that Germans are Nazis, like all of them are, that is racist. Like, dude, you're no better than them, actually. You're no better. Because one thing, I listen to German music, and a lot of people, sometimes they'll be like, oh, you're listening to Nazi music. Well, guess what? The dude who I listen to, he hates Nazis. He hates them. And I don't blame him. If I were German, which I'm 4%, I'm not going to be like one of those people that's like, oh, I'm German. No, I'm not. Like, I'm 4%. I'm a minority German. I honestly would hate them, too, because they're a shit representation of modern Germans. They basically give the country a bad name because of their war crimes. When Germany in itself is a beautiful country that is culturally rich.
What an idiot he was. On a lighter note, not a bad thing to say but horribly worded, my female French teacher once said, "Now you've experienced how I'll be performing oral on you." Friends and I were crying for 5 straight minutes while she stared at us, totally bemused, not realizing what she'd said. Story 51. As an autistic that's been hated by almost every teacher for all the wrong reasons, I've heard
Heart goes out to you, man.
plenty. This
Respect.
ranges from slightly personal to straight up degrading. I've been called stupid, arrogant, hopeless, useless, and much worse. These might not sound as bad, but with my history of social issues and bullying...
I get exactly where this guy is coming from.
Because of my ASD, I struggle to interpret directions and tasks the right way, which has impacted me all throughout school. Some teachers, yeah, more than two, actually told me I was imagining things, and I just needed to admit I was stupid instead of blaming it on a disease. Another teacher told me that ASD and
Those teachers don't need a disease to be stupid.
And that I would never make it anywhere. Another example of how almost every teacher...
Hey! So, you know there's this one woman, Miss Temple. Miss Temple is a woman who was on the spectrum who invented a machine that peacefully kills cows. When you kill a cow and it's in stress, the meat quality degrades. However, this woman made a way to euthanize cows peacefully and humanely, increasing meat quality, and these systems are used in the cow industry a lot today. You're welcome.
Treated me. My exam hadn't gone as well as I expected. I went up to my teacher after class and asked him what I could have done better, or what areas I especially needed to improve on. He doesn't look at me, just says, "You suck," and walks away. No eye contact, not a single word. Just walked. He is the most popular teacher in school, and nobody ever notices him saying these things to me. Funny story, he leads the anti-discrimination program at our school. Story 52. When I was in 8th grade, we had a new teacher. I don't remember her name, but we called her Drawer Woman, because whenever she talked, her jaw did this motion that resembled a drawer opening and closing. I was always a good student and never made trouble in her class, but there was just something I didn't like about that woman. Somewhere around the middle of 8th grade, I started wearing contact lenses for the first time, and my doctor told me to carry these special drops with me in case my eyes ever got dry. One time during her class, my eyes got really dry. I asked her if I could go to the bathroom to put the drops in my eyes. She put on this upset face, said I was lying because she was a medical professional, and that she, quote, knows you don't need them. She then took my eye drops and only gave them back to me after class.
That should be illegal. Seizing a medical substance that is needed for a student.
I could feel some kind of pain in my left eye. While I was in her class again, I noticed I couldn't see well through my left eye, and then it hit me. The lens strayed away and got stuck on the side of my eye. I couldn't get the lens out, so I started panicking and crying. I asked her if I could go home, and she started to yell at me. Fine, get out of my class. That was the first time someone threw me out of their class. Screw that female dog. If I never see her again, it'll be too soon. Story 53. Old physics teacher. He told this great story about what he said to a student. He had Asperger's and would tell us great stories all the time. He had just bought a new-to-him second-hand car. Why did you buy that ugly old car? Well, what car does your mom have? Student goes quiet. Other student? Sir, his mom died last week. Story 54. My second grade teacher. If you continue writing with your left hand, you're going to sit out in the hall until you stop. Spent the rest of the year doing workbooks.
F and check for all the lefties out there. I'm a personal righty, but honestly, I might be a little bit ambidextrous.
For her failure. My sophomore year history teacher, after taking a pair of scissors to the notebook,
Yay. Toyota scored, oh no, Subaru today scored as the most reliable brand. Oh, and poor Rivian's at the bottom. Damn. The hell scored Rivian so low? And unsurprisingly, Toyota's up there. I'm surprised Toyota's not in first place. Dude, Subarus don't die.
Doodling in between taking notes. Your art is crap. You are crap. You will amount to nothing in life. my high school counselor after I told her I'd been assaulted by several upperclassmen. Oh, come on. We all know you've always been asking for it. We all know you're just regretting and crying assault so your dad doesn't ground you. Don't worry, I'll keep it between us girls. Edit.
Piece of
I
shit.
just remembered a very traumatic time that my 5th grade teacher made me panic in class so hard I hyperventilated on the floor. So I was the new kid that year, so it was already tough. But about halfway through the year, they separated the entire grade into boys and girls and gave everyone the whole special things are going to happen to your body talk. I was a timid as hell kid, and being the new kid really elevated that to an extreme level. So when I asked my teacher, wait, what's going to happen to my body? And the answer was something special and private. Naturally, I got really scared because no matter how many times I asked, no one would tempt me. It got to the point where my teacher blew up on me and told me to shut up and stop asking stupid questions, which in turn made me start sobbing my eyes out because I was 10 and scared and confused. Teacher sent me to the principal's office with a note that said, being unruly and disruptive to the class, which made me cry harder. Then broke down completely when the principal said she was going to call my mom, and I was going to be in trouble if I didn't stop. So she called my mom, dragged her out of work, and was explained to why I was sitting there, crying so hard I puked in the trash can as soon as she walked in. I think my mother said something to the degree of, "Are you freaking stupid?" to the principal, and knelt down to me and told me, when you start going through puberty, you're going to grow body hair and you're going to start bleeding from your genitals, and that's okay. And I remember the biggest...
God damn, I remember those talks of being a guy growing up, like, that's just so uncomfortable. I mean, you have to face it, but it's just so uncomfortable.
My school district was one of those abstinence-only districts, and many of the teachers support that education. I'm just glad my mom was a no bullcrap for those types of things. She wishes she could have been there more for me when I was young, but a single mother can only do so much. Yes, because it wouldn't be distressing at all as a child to be asking, what's happening to me, and to get no answer. That's fun, that's cool. Story 55. I don't remember what started this story, but in middle school one of our teachers, Mary, told us about an old boyfriend she had. Apparently he was a really nice guy, but they broke up due to distance. She remarked something along the lines of, looking back, that's a dumb reason to break up. Then someone asks, if you could go back, would you stay together and marry him? Oh yeah, definitely. Cue an awkward silence in the classroom. Finally, someone asks what's on everyone's minds. But what about your son? Oh, we could always have an... Extremely awkward, since she just discreetly admitted to a bunch of 12-year-olds that she apparently isn't attached or deeply in love with her current husband or son, the latter who she'd be fine with replacing for another kid of the same name. Yikes. Story 56. I have two. I lived in a town of 250 people, and there wasn't much of a selection when it came to teachers. We saw a lot of interest... characters. The one story that actually regards a direct interaction between me and a teacher is this. I had a chemistry teacher who was famous for telling stories rather than teaching. Get him talking about his youth in the lab, entire class period gone. It was nice from time to time, but me being the nerd I was, started to get annoyed, as I was entirely teaching myself the material out of the book. It was another story time day in period 2, and I was, well, sick of it. He had been telling a story about him and his college roommate sneaking a bunch of girls into the lab overnight, heavily implying exactly what you would expect, much to the delight of the 15-year-old boys. I raised my hand and expressed my discomfort at the subject matter and intimate overtones and asked to be dismissed. As I'm walking out of the room, I hear him turn to a group of boys and say, female dogs. They're all like this at that age. I had never felt so attacked by a figure of authority at a school before. Completely inappropriate all around. It's not such a shock that he's since been fired. Unfortunately not for anything related to his competency or dealing with students. Also once watched in awe with my class as we were running the mile, and my 8th grade teacher called out to a heavy boy who had fallen far behind and started to cry out of exhaustion and embarrassment. My teacher yelled, "Hurry it up, fatty!" He was let go that year, because of that incident if I remember correctly. It also didn't help that he was about 25 and one of those creepy rubs the girl's shoulders during quiet work times teachers. Story 57. Back in my middle school age I had a crazy English teacher, and she used to say a lot of weird things. So many that we stopped bothering about that after a while. But one day out of nowhere she started talking about the events of 9/11, claiming she was the one behind it, going around and
what the hell?
of everyone that she planned it all. then, as if nothing happened, she stopped screaming and started to talk normally again. Not sure if this classifies as the worst thing ever said, but it was certainly weird and scary. 100% serious, that teacher needs psychiatric help yesterday. That is clearly some sort of psychotic break, right? I feel like some antipsychotics and some therapy could probably do her good. Story 58. I was really young, the age where you're learning to write better and actually do sums, etc. One of the tasks that was in the school workbook was to write down the days of the week. This was the last page of the workbook, so I was pretty happy that I nearly finished it before anyone else. I fill in the days and proudly walked to the teacher's desk to get it marked. She said I spelled Wednesday wrong, so I popped back to my desk and looked it up. Luckily, we had the days of the week listed as a display on the wall, and I noticed I'd spelled it correctly. But hey, teacher can't be wrong, so I erased what I'd written, copied it letter for letter from the wall, back up to the teacher's desk. Wrong again. I asked what was wrong with it, and she said, "Listen how it's pronounced. Wednesday, not Wednesday." I ended up just sitting at my desk not knowing what to do until the bell rang. I had the right answer, but she told me it was wrong. Thinking back, clearly the teacher didn't know that Wednesday had a D in it. This has been a source of confusion for me for nearly 30 years. Obviously at the time I didn't speak up, because if a teacher was telling me I wasn't doing it right, I clearly wasn't, and I must have been, I don't know, 5 or 6 maybe.
Dude, if you're a teacher and can't take arguments, you just don't need to be teaching.
He told us a story about one of his first job interviews after college. Starting out, he was looking for an elementary job, and one of the first questions on the interview was, one of the students misbehaves on the regular. How do you discipline them? His reply, I'd log a little bugger in a rabbit cage while the other little buggers watched, so they don't get any ideas. He said just the confused and disturbed stares he got were incredible. Nobody laughed, which was his intention. Probably one of the best teachers I had in school, but the guy had a dark sense of humor. And he would say something like that as a joke. Story 60. My 5th grade teacher basically tried to turn me into a school shooter, so where do I start? I hope he doesn't come back. After leaving me behind by myself on a walk and making me run in the summer heat with my asthma. What are you gonna do? Stab me with this pencil and then stab everyone else with it? Do it. You'd solve your problems that way. As I was having an emotional breakdown in class while she was getting my classmates to bully me. She even put the pencil next to my hand. He's a violent child, and I think I know where he gets it from, she said to my mom as
Dude, actually should be arrested. You're making a dangerous situation. You shouldn't psychologically screw with a kid like that.
Regardless of everything
Piece of
else
shit.
in the entire world, if you're picking this much beef with a single child, you got a problem. This is someone who's been on the earth
I am a cuckoo.
I don't know, 10 years? What's wrong with you? Story 61. Ireland, 1983, 3rd class, boys' school. 3 boys from my class, including me, hadn't done our Irish language homework. The punishment? Go over to the 2nd class classroom, tell the teacher we'd been sent for punishment. He made us tie our school jumpers in front of our waists to look like skirts, stand up on his desk, and say, I am a girl in Irish, while the 2nd class boys laughed in delight. Some punishment. I'm now a linguist, specializing in German. Breaks my heart that the wonderful Irish language was so poisoned by screwed-up child-hating teachers. By the way, this was in Our Lady of Good Counsel Boys' School, Johnstown. Story 62. Told this story once before, but it's relevant here. I went to a Church of England primary school. Kind of middle-of-the-road Protestant for those who need a frame of reference. When I was in my 2nd year, aged 5 or 6, there was a huge thunderstorm in the middle of the afternoon.
Hell yeah.
Around, there was a huge tree really tall, and it was struck by lightning. Obviously, as a class of 30 children aged 5 to 6, we were all safe, but terrified beyond belief. Our teacher, an older woman, had us sit on the floor in front of her chair, as she did every day before reading us a story. I've never forgotten what she said. Now, children, what have you done? God is angry with you.
No, lightning just struck. A bunch of negative and positive energy gathered together, successfully collected, and then successfully discharged at a very, very quick rate, and then equalized.
In the 4th grade, I lost my lines I was supposed to recite for a choir concert. I told my choir teacher, and she said, well, you should have been more responsible. And she just walked away. Not an awful thing to say, really, but rather rude. So, come concert time, my solo was coming up. I walked up to the mic and said, I don't know what to say because the teacher wouldn't give me the words even when I asked for them, and walked away. There was a stunned silence and then a small commotion. I was taken off stage by the principal who asked me why I would even say that, to which I responded the truth, because she wouldn't give me the lines even after I told her I lost them. He just looked a little shocked and said okay, and I went on my way. Story 64. My 3rd grade teacher was a massive idiot. My mom is English, so I grew up saying mum instead of mom. Sometimes I would spell color as color with a U because that was what I was taught. It had literally never been a problem up until 3rd grade, because everyone knew I had an English family, and teachers meet your parents pretty frequently in elementary school. But in 3rd grade, oh boy. My teacher would make fun of me and correct me if I said mum. I would lose points if I used a
Dude,
mum.
that's what
All
English
the
people
side
do. They say
students
mum.
in class and ask why I continue to say
And
it.
color with a
For some
U,
reason, this female
armor,
dog hated the
armor
word
for
mum.
with a U.
One day I even
Just
brought
simply
this
their
up in front of a
culture.
joke to my parents,
There's
and I
no
got
problem with
balls
that.
being like, my kid says mum because I'm English and he learned it from me. Also, we're in Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. Mum is incredibly common because of the huge Irish and English population.
Who cares if they're
Oh my
saying
God,
mum? Let the
I've
kids
never
say
seen a
mum.
goddamn English person before. Hell, I knew kids with American parents who said mum. Like, why did this female dog hate me so much? Story 65. There's a lot of teacher hate here, which sounds earned. I live at a boarding school where my husband works. He teaches, coaches, drives kids around, parents kids, and genuinely loves them. We talk about how best to help kids over dinner and even at social gatherings. He works all of the time, often 12 to 14 hours a day, and makes less than $35,000 a year. I just want to remind people that good teachers exist. I'm sorry you've had such bad ones. Help your kids or neighbors find the right ones. Story 66. You will never be anything in life. I have a multi-million-dollar house, a great wife, 4 lovely children, own a clinic, have an MD, ophthalmology, PhD, biochem, and a master's in business. All of my degrees were funded by grants and scholarships. Screw you, Mrs. Smith. I ended up richer than you. I hope you rot in a hole. Even though this is an own on Mrs. Smith, sure, always rubs me the wrong way when people say I'm richer than you as a sort of like, I got you. I'm not saying she was a good teacher, but if someone's passion in life is to be a teacher, yeah, they're gonna make less money than you. Don't blame them, blame society. Like, what? It's just a really, I don't know, meaningless burn. But some people treat it as like the worst thing you can say to someone. So weird. Story 67. You are all here because your families can't afford private schools. A high school English teacher said that to the entire class. We were in public school, obviously. This was an honors English class, in what was an okay high school at the time, which did offer excellent honors programs that led to college credits. The class was especially well behaved among classes in the grade. There was no reason for him to bring up the financial background of anyone, period. You don't shame students for their lot in life. Story 68. We were painting in class. I was about 9, so fairly young. We were painting a fruit bowl. I'm colorblind and I painted my oranges green, as to me, that was right. A girl in my class told on me and the teacher came over, looked at my painting, held it up, and showed everyone what I had done wrong, and all the kids laughed. I went home and my mom was asking what was wrong. My friend was coming over to
Actually, who cares?
My mom.
Hey, a green orange is a lot better than the art I see today. I went to the University of Illinois and I saw a literal painting. It was green. It was just a canvas with green, like dead ass. And it was titled grass. Like, bruh.
Letter, sent it to the head. The teacher had to make an apology to me in front of the entire class and the head. Stupid teacher. Story 69. My 3rd grade teacher was giving an end-of-the-year pep talk to our whole class, and at the end she concluded with, I know everyone will succeed in life no matter where they go, except for OP and David. I currently pick up trash and clean streets for a living. A living that doesn't allow me enough money to pay my bills. I'm so far behind my peers and filled with self-hatred. The adults in my life as a kid completely failed to instill any type of self-regard, or allow me to develop any self-esteem.
Poor kiddo.
I'm not sure how to break out of it either. I've tried, I just can't seem to. I would like to believe I deserve everything I want and have enough self-regard to pursue it. I would like to succeed, but so far it seems like she was right. Not sure what David's doing, but man, I hope he's living high on the hog. Yet another example of a self-fulfilling prophecy. That teacher wasn't right in saying that. In fact, in saying that, the teacher reinforced a path that led OP to where the teacher thought they would be in life. And also, for the record, picking up trash and cleaning streets isn't a bad living. Like, yeah, it doesn't make
So you
it
can do
enough.
slabs,
Once again, a thing
walls,
that needs to be done. So, OP, thank you.
I can do stairs, slabs and walls, slabs, walls, doors and gates, some doors and... I'm gonna try that.
I value your work, but if you do have any higher aspirations, I would encourage you to go for them. At least give it a try. And yeah, I know it's not that easy, but stuff like that is still a hell of a lot better than everyone will succeed except for exactly you. Story 70. Strong force equals God. Chemistry class, high school. Me. Does anyone know what causes the strong force? Teacher. I can't answer that in a public school, but I'm sure you could ask Laura and she could give you an answer. Laura was an extremely religious girl in my grade, so he knew he wasn't allowed to say it. But apparently the strong force is just Jesus keeping it all together. I live in southeastern United States. Story 71. So many negative stories about teachers, I'm gonna go full anarchist and tell a positive one. When I was in middle school, I was really skinny and weak. Haven't changed much since. We were in a group talking in a history class when a jock walked up to me and said, "Hey, I heard you could only bench 50 pounds yesterday," with a smirk on his face. My heart sunk as I realized that this incident was being passed around school and laughed at. However, the guy was an idiot because he said this near our teacher. Without missing a beat, she said to him in a very loud, annoyed voice, "What difference does it make how much he can bench? Why do you care?" There was basically silence, and everyone turned to look at him. He just kind of shrugged and slunk away back to his desk, embarrassed.
Okay, my story. So I remember finding this one locker, and it had a bunch of like candy in it. And I had this one dumbass kid in my class. I'm not gonna name who he is, but I don't care what I say, honestly. He was one of those typical dudes who was he was like one of those, like, you could tell he was stupid, okay? Like, I mean, this was your, he has a Confederate flag for the background, which, hold on, give me a second. Okay, guys, I'm gonna educate you on why you're wrong about something. Give me a second. Oh God, people are dumb. The Confederate flag is the worst flag in human history. In fact, here's actually what it looks like, chat. The Confederate flag is actually a flag of the traditional red with what's it called, a blue a blue X with stars dotted. God damn, I can't see it. And that's what it looked like. They had to put this red stripe here because they kept thinking, this actually here's what it looked like. They kept thinking that, alright, that's a whole white square. They thought that the damn flag was a surrender flag, so they had to change it to this design because their flag design was shit. Actually, this is the Confederate flag. That is it, right there. Like, bruh. So yeah, I had the Confederate flag background. Was pretty much stupid as hell. Anyway, so I'm going to this locker, and he's like, "Ooh, why are you stealing that?" I'm like, "I'm not." And he's like, "You knew you should be doing it." I'm like, "Dude, I'm just taking a peek." By the way, this didn't have a lock on it. whatever. So here's the thing. In my opinion, I'm not going to steal anything from anybody's lockers, locked or unlocked. But if you have a locker, technically, if it's not locked, free game. Well, I have a teacher who served at least 20 years in the Army, I think, as a driver. So not combat role, but they served in the military. And as she walks out, or as this teacher walks out, this kid goes, "Oh, Race, I can really punch you right now." And then this teacher goes, "What did you just say?" And he's like, "Well, I mean, he's doing this." And they're like, nope, come with me. And they walk down the end of the hallway. And I get to go into one of my favorite teachers' classrooms. And as I do that, at the end of the hallway, there's this room where there's this phone. And I can hear the teacher's like, I'm about to file a report for the student's name because he's threatening to assault Ray's Abbott. In my head, I'm like, lol. Little bro got moved out of my class after that. He talks shit.
Everyone went back.
Oh, by the way, this kid was so annoying. He would literally purposely ask dumbass questions just to delay class. Like, okay, here's the link for Google Classroom. He'll be staring at them and be like, what is it? Like, bruh. See these? These are your ears. Use them, dumbass.
It were no big deal, but to me, it was a big deal. I thought about it and realized she was right. It didn't matter how much I could bench. I always remembered it and appreciated her for sticking up for me. Her name was Mrs. Gilliam. Overall, I actually liked most of my teachers in school. Just wanted to post this to balance out some negativity. Story 72. In 6th grade, 95-96.
They have the micro sign? Oh.
She was one of the cruelest humans to ever walk the earth. If we were allowed, she would pick up steel folding chairs and throw them. I don't know how she kept her job. She had to be late 60s, early 70s. Anyway, there was a new kid that year, Jimmy. He came to our school because he was bullied pretty bad the city over. For whatever reason, she just reeled this kid over everything. One time, we were told to bring in wool to rub on balloons, static electricity. He didn't have any. She said, "Are you that poor that you can't afford gloves?" Around Christmas, we were selling candy bars to raise money for a trip. Apparently, Jimmy's mom spent it, maybe on bills, partying, or whatever. But what she did to this kid was horrible. It wasn't what she said, it was what she did. She would march him in front of class every single day and make him apologize to each of us. Then she would ask each of us how it affected us. Some kids got really into it. I think maybe 3 of us that didn't. She did a million small things and broke the kid. Jimmy Larkin hung himself from the monkey bars on St. Patty's Day 96. I'll never forget the crocodile tears this idiot showed. I hope she rots in hell.
Piece of garbage.
In Everett, Massachusetts. Story 73.
That
I'm really
sucks.
late here, but I was pretty chubby in junior high, and it was a tough
They should
time.
actually be. That teacher needs to be forced to clean out a minefield for doing that. That's not acceptable. Forcing a kid to do that. What a piece of human shit.
Much harder than high school, in my opinion. I didn't really fit in with the crowd. My dad didn't make as much as the other kids' dads and all, and again, I was pretty portly. I'm much fitter now. One day, this female dog teacher comes into class, puts her cold hands on my neck to warm them, and loudly tells the whole class, "Fat people retain more heat," or something to that effect. I'll never forget it. Screw her. Story 74. My history teacher in Form 4 used to make us sit in the order of the person who got the lowest to the people who got the highest marks on tests. The people who got the lowest marks sat in the front, and the ones with the highest sat all the way in the back. So there was this one time nearly everyone failed the test, so he got really mad, called us all idiots, and the worst class he had ever taught in his life. It was actually quite funny for me because he was so mad he was jumping around all red in the face. I thought steam was going to start blowing out of his ears. Story 75. I have a teacher born for this thread. He repeatedly told my class we all needed to die in a fiery hole.
Jesus Christ, dude.
End their lives because they were so stupid. He went to the cafeteria, got a cup of ice, then threw it all on a student. He did this 3 times to the same person. He repeatedly punished kids for being shy. I'm not shy.
Oh man, I don't care. I don't care if I got a freaking misdemeanor on my record. I don't care at all. If someone attacks me, I'm gonna attack them right back. Like if someone punches me, attempts to shoot me or stab me, I'm fighting back, bruh. I have a rule in life I follow. Don't throw fists and expect not to get thrown fists back. Basically, I know it sounds really cheesy. Do what you do on the people is what people are gonna do unto you. If you start being a little smart ass and start being a little hard ass or a fake tough guy, you start acting like shit, people are gonna act like shit right back to you. Simple as that.
Than like the people in my class or him. Regardless, he wrote me up for not talking, then gave me zeros on some grades because I didn't talk much in his class. For some reason, he assumed that I in particular was going to be a complete failure, and also thought I wasn't very, quote, right in the head, and told me, repeatedly. He made fun of 2 of the 3 girls in my class constantly, making them less confident in themselves for no apparent reason other than why not. They didn't talk much in there despite being extremely social outside. This is just what I can recall. He taught classes from 8th to 12th grade, and from what I know, he treated the older classes worse than my 8th and the later 9th grade class. Despite this, he was still the best math teacher
what should I put under there?
Had. Also, even though he did the things listed and more, he got fired over a joke about seed and mayonnaise. What was the administration of the school doing here? Like, oh yeah, telling class of students to end their own lives? That's fine. Hold on. Is that
fire
a reproductive function? Get him out of here. Story 76. This still blows my mind. When I was in kindergarten, I was 5. I saw an abandoned bracelet on a windowsill. Being, 5, I grabbed it because I was in the mindset of, if it's laying alone and you find it, it's yours. My teacher saw me and accused me of stealing it. I told her, no, it's mine since I found it. A few days ago, a police officer had visited my school and talked about what happens to criminals. She knew he had scared me, so her response was, I'm going to call that officer and tell him you stole something and lied about it. He's going to come pepper spray you until you confess. That female dog instilled a fear of cops in me for years. I never told my parents what happened until later because I was afraid they were also going to have me pepper sprayed. Story 77. Back when the clothing craze was long, baggy white t-shirts, I went to a predominantly black school, and we had a teacher, Teacher A, come in to talk to my teacher, Teacher B, one morning before class. Teacher A said something along the lines of, I wish we could round up everyone in a white shirt in the cafeteria and blow it up. Teacher B sort of blew her off, then commented that she would...
So now we're making terrorist threats now, aren't we?
Had left. A few months later, Teacher A was fired for popping pills and then dropping the N-word to a kid in her class. Not surprising after what I had witnessed. I was in her class for a semester and she was always loopy and out of it. Okay, yeah, bomb threats for school don't often come from the teachers, but sure, why not? Anyway, that's the last story we have for today. I left that positive one in there because this was just a threat of a lot of negativity.
Okay.
Teachers...
What's the worst thing a substitute did to you while you were gone? By Underspark.
What was the worst thing a substitute teacher did while you were gone? I was a teacher's assistant while in college. The teacher and I took a week-long workshop and had a sub. The worst thing she did? Not letting the kids go to the bathroom. It was in kindergarten, and she said all the kids going to the bathroom was interrupting the class. One girl wet herself. School policy was if kids under a certain age had an accident, the nurse would give them a pull-up, basically a diaper, to wear. The substitute proceeded to make fun of the girl for wearing a diaper, calling her a baby and such.
There's some people that can't help it, dude.
At home, too. It was devastating to hear about. Did this person get into teaching to torment children? Is that it? That's the only reasonable explanation I can think of for acting like this to a child. That's just horrible. Story 2. I came back after being gone 1 day, and my students told me the substitute teacher flipped over tables in a rage and was escorted from the building by a cop. What actually happened is that the sub left the room to take a 20-minute phone call, and the kids thought it would be funny to flip the tables over. The substitute then had to flip the tables right side up while yelling at the kids. Then, during lunch, my special ed co-ed teacher came into my room to set up and caught the sub making out with a student. Turns out she was 18 to his 25, and the 20-minute phone call was to set up a lunch meeting. The principal then had them escorted from the building by the resource officer. This is why I say having a sub is more work than just coming into school my damn self. Story 3. Accused a student of stealing something that the aide had contained some pretty rough students, including one suspended multiple times for fighting and some gang members. She decided to go after a sweet petite girl that never caused trouble and was generally popular with her classmates. This set off the entire class, which is when the sub went ballistic and started wildly throwing accusations and yelling at said students. Security eventually got called and took several students out. My first clue was when the sub got my cell number from the staff directory and went off for 20 plus minutes about how bad my students had been. This was followed up with an extremely long email and a 2-page written note on my desk, plus a concerned note from the administrator about not having appropriate sub plans. She didn't follow them in the first place and decided to throw me under the bus. The next morning when I arrived at school, the students were waiting for me at the door. Once I got them calmed down enough to tell their side of the story, we had a discussion on how they could have handled the situation differently. I promised them to never get that sub again. On a related note, I had a good relationship with said rough children because I treated them with respect and fairness. They usually behaved for me. Story 4. Lost more than half of my textbooks that I purchased myself, as well as textbooks that were school property. The administration just shrugged.
Bruh. Man, I want to use my electromagnet so bad. This battery still got juice in them. Let's see. Donk. Cooked? Yeah, you're cooked. Where's that smell? Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna go get some batteries for my electromagnet. Okay. So I was at my tech class today and I made some scrap. I took some scrap wiring and I assembled a piece of. I assembled an electromagnet, guys. Look at this. This is one of my favorites. I took a bolt. My dad had a bolt and some washers and some nuts, and he gave me the nuts and the bolt, and I have the wires, and I actually have a nice little cap on it. So I've pigtail spliced it in. So it's actually a really nicely built electromagnet for what I can do. Look how tight those coils are. You can actually tell that this wire was extracted from a non-metallic cable because I actually had a non-metallic cable in my class, and I stripped it and harvested all the wire out of it. Look, guys, funny. Oh, holy shit, that is hot. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I need to get a resistor. Oh shit, that's smoking. Oh my god. Let's see if I can get a spark to go. Holy shit, that is hot. That's 1.5 volts. I was gonna plug this into a 20-volt battery, but that is just stupid as shit. That would be the dumbest decision I'd make all day. Okay. Okay, chat, let's see if I can do it. See the... I know why. I know why it's getting hotter. Because the battery, it flows from the anode to from the cathode to the anode. And therefore, this is a smaller wire. The smaller the wire, the higher the resistance. So naturally, this wire is going to get a little bit hotter. By the way, chat, I recommend if you do make an electromagnet, please be oh, you're seeing my feet? Nope, I don't want to get some deep fake foot PRN off me. Nope. Careful there. The internet is a dangerous place. I smell smoke. Ah, shit. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. That's only 1.5 volt. I need to add a resistor. Holy shit. Ow! I just got shocked. Shit. Owie. Ugh. Damn it. Hey. You're not an electrician until you get shocked. That's a good splice. That is such a... I love applying wire nuts. That's such a cool little magnet I made. By the way, if anybody's wondering, it's out of a non-metallic cable, and it is a 36 loop design. Here's how I made it. It's very simple. You take wire and you wrap it around a pencil and you slide it off. And you can apply it to another bolt. I forgot to add food and crops. Actually, technically, what? Okay, I should probably. Hmm. Trying to think what I'm gonna do with these last 6 segments. I want to make something that stores something even better. Should I do one with wood or stone? Maybe I should. Thanks. Okay, I have to admit this. I'm watching this cool video right now. I am not an anime guy. I don't really get into that, okay? But there's this song called Bad Apple, and someone did it in Minecraft, and it looks badass. Okay, like, look at this. Look at this. This is so cool. Look how cool this is. You know, can you imagine Minecraft being created in 2012? Someone, you know, look at this. How have we gotten here? That's so cool. Like, cause I saw the original video. It's a negative. It's a black and white video, and it uses negative space, creating a character outline with white onto a black background. Very simplistic video. Wait a second. Get away from the gate, buddy. I think there's a bot in my chat. Natural blocks! Natural blocks. God damn, I can't even spell natural. Look, man, I succeed in science and math, not spelling. We autistic people struggle with spelling. Well, at least a couple of us do. Oh, why'd I break him? I could have used the arrows. Okay, yeah, and I was looking for the original animation of Bad Apple, and I saw it done in r/plays. Oh my god, that is so. 2023 r/place is hilarious because the Canadians struggle to draw. Look, man, I'm giving credit to the Canadians because drawing a maple leaf sounds like a pain in the ass, and it is because the Canadians were struggling to make a maple leaf. Nothing against them. I just thought it's funny. The search up Canadians struggle to draw a maple leaf on r/place. It's funny. It is. I'm sorry. This is good. This is by Somber GG. r/place Canada struggles to draw a leaf. And then someone changes it to bananas. Oh my god, that is gold. It just keeps going. Ooh, dude, that one flag on my right is pretty good. I think apparently it gets turned into bananas. Yeah, they turn it. They had to redo it again. They're trying to decide whether they want to draw a line. They had to specify it. I'm not hating on them. I'm just laughing at the fact they have to specify it's Canada because they're messing the leaf up. They're trying to taste the bananas. They actually fully transformed it into bananas until it got transformed back. Poor Canadians. Lol. They made another Canadian flag. I'm struggling. I mean, hey, in their defense, that can't be easy to draw. If you told me to make a Canadian leaf, I don't think I could do it. Oh my god, it's still going. How long? 72-hour time lapse. God almighty. Terraria 1.4.5 infused fertilizer? Oh. Oh, so you can make trees grow instantly now. That's nice. Terraria is still pumping out little updates. It's good to see if they're still doing it. Ooh, we just passed 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Man, the poor Canadians couldn't... Dude, and look, you can actually see... This is a video, apparently, of the bad apple. And the thing I caught my eye is that as they were... F-spez, F-spez, F-spez. There's so much of that going on. You can see as the animation's playing out. Like, I'm surprised they got the animation. This is it, right? This is the real video on the right. And that is the video on the actual r/place. Actually, hats off to the people. I'm surprised they didn't get grieved. Like, they actually performed it. They actually got it to work. If that was people doing that, that was a really good coordinated effort. You can see Canada is just struggling with their... And Italy just paves a whole highway right through. Oh my god, I love r/place. The amount of F-spez there is. Oh my god. And then the Canadians are getting fought by someone. Dude, what the hell was r/place? The only area where you can witness the Brits versus the trans people and the Canadian people versus the banana people. I love how the trans community just basically ass-paved an entire flag right through Britain. I love r/place. That shit's funny. They're getting grieved. My god, I'm sorry, they can't throw the leaf correctly. They're getting grieved. They're fighting back pretty good though. Again, nothing against the Canadians. Love them. I'm just saying it's funny because they're getting griefed. I would laugh if it were Americans. I would laugh if it were anyone. Dude, someone actually... It never stops. Why is there so much F-spez? Let's see. Spez, Steve Hoffman is the CEO who implemented the no third-party apps to view Reddit policy. Redditors hate it because many users view Reddit on their mobile phones. Wow, that means I won't be able to use Reddit on mobile? Wow, F-spez. Man, yeah, people were taking it out on Spez, too. Like, they were straight writing F-spez. I think the Germans were raiding. Yep, it's the Germans. The Germans were raiding Canada. Ooh. I feel like not spam. God, I cannot get over the fact. Dude, did Canada struggle to make a flag in r/place like 2 years in a row? Interesting. Oh, making a storage room. Wow, we're not lagging. Maybe it's because we're using the PlayStation 5 client on the PlayStation 5 console and not using the PlayStation 4 client on the PlayStation 5 console. View. Mesa. Yeah. The weirdest thing that's ever happened in this world happened. I dead ass swear that village was not here. That village is not there. It just spawned in when the game updated. I swear there was no village here. And it just popped into existence. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This big ass cave was not here either. Ooh, right there. Probably late November. Probably mid-late November. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Well, it's probably at least a month old. Let me, give me a second. This might be a corrupted chunk. Or an updated chunk. Let me go to chunk base and find out. I wonder if 982 is a multiple of 8. Or a multiple of 16. 288 divided by 16 is exactly 18. This is a chunk border, isn't it? What the hell? Hold on. Kick this down to bedrock. Okay, now kick on villages. We are at negative 982. And negative 288. Hold on, give me a second. That negative 982. 288. Okay, go with that on my chunk base. Okay, there's no... I think I generated in 1.21.4. And kick it up to bedrock modern day. Weird. Oh, thanks. That's not possible. There shouldn't be a village here. This world's not that old. There shouldn't be a village here. Chunk base is very accurate, and it doesn't show that there is a village here. So village has spawned. That is weird. And take off like a gangster. Okay, I was in this one world, another seed, and this portal wasn't here, and I explored, and I came back, and it just spawned in, deadass. Oh, I forgot there's actually a lot of mangrove over here. Ow. Look at that mangrove tree, proudly presenting itself to the world. I like these type of features in the world. Cannot express the amount of freedom one gets when... And why is that? Uh-oh. No thanks. Yeah. Weird. Perhaps the world generation failed. And I think it generated a blacksmith. Am I wrong? Yeah, about to say, there shouldn't, yeah, that's basically just myth. Yeah, that village was not there before. I don't remember it. Oops, I probably should be texting and flying. There we go. I don't care how shoddy this base is. It only was supposed to be a temporary base. That's good. That's nice. You know, I didn't put an area for... Ah, you know what, chat? Let's have a little bit of fun. By that, I mean... Oh, screw it. I have enough XP. I also like to use the Infinity Bow, but I might actually phase them out for... I honestly just might phase out for a Mending Bow entirely. That is actually crazy. I don't think this thing's gonna get fixed again. Okay, so tell me this. Why do you get Hero of the Village when... Ready for this? You literally get Bad Omen, you track a raid to you, so you cause the problem, and then you kill them, and the villager's like, okay, thanks for causing a problem. Here, you get a reward now. Minecraft... Oh, oh, ooh, ooh, oh, oh, oh. Oh, hell. Oh my god, these things are annoying. Oh yeah, come on, go whoop some ass. I love watching Iron Golems kick some ass. It's so awesome. Hey guys, so, you guys don't mind if I just... That's interesting. I was expecting a raid to happen. You know what? I'll do the honors. I'm going to incite mass panic. I'm annoying! Where's the tower? Expert. Ow, 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 loud, loud. Ick. Dumbass, get in your house. Ow. I just saved your ass. You owe me. 21. Honestly, I need my totem. Watch this. Bam! You do not F with evokers. Or vindicators, whatever they're called. They, even with full netherite armor, they pack quite a punch. Why is that so loud? I'm sorry, chat. I actually sincerely apologize for that. That is actually atrocious. Holy hell. I kind of do have them. They're like little pathetic ones. I have one, but I don't know where it is. Ooh, that was a good hit. Get him. There we go. About 5 full charge shots should put him down. Dumbass. Doink, got him. Oh man, you wanna do some I wanna do some badass stuff. Maybe I'm being a tryhard here, but you know what? Don't try before you deny. Uh-oh. Oh, I hit the golem on accident. Oopsie. Airstrike team out. Over here. Evoker KIA. Oh, shit. On second thought, I will gladly dip. Yeah, I'm placing cakes everywhere, but if it keeps me alive, I ain't arguing against that fact. That's my favorite thing about the, Nope, take him out Kennedy style. That's one of my favorite things about the Elytra, is that if you're in a tough pickle, you can get your ass out of there within a second. I see him. Damn! Ooh! I almost got folded right there. Yay, I literally just brought a raid to your village and resulted in a fatality rate of 2. Let's celebrate the guy who did this to us. Ooh. Where'd the totem go? Do I already have it? I wonder where that totem went. It didn't get destroyed to a cactus, did it? Oh no, it's right there. Hurry, get before it despawns. There we go. We reset its respawn timer. Oh yes. You know how long I'm gonna to actually get one of these bad boys? I need one. Obviously. Everyone needs a totem. I don't think I have to really explain why. They're just amazing. I'll do that another time. I know I have a bunch of bottles. Yeah, look at all these bottles. Nice. I got a whole collection of bad omens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 of them actually, to be exact. I wonder if like a rank 1. Well, I know the heavier the bad omen, the worse the raid it will spawn. I don't know if it'll be like, oh, raid 5s will give you totems where raid 1s won't. Excuse me. Oh my goodness.
No. No.
Sup? Hope you're having a nice one. Doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Just gaze upon my hoard of clay. I might actually leave this here because I'm planning on smelting it. I'm gonna look. Okay, first off, I'm gonna look for solid building blocks. Oh yeah, that's what I do. But I really want to build terracotta pieces. Honestly, I do that. And if you think that's enough, there you go. I got more. In fact, I have 4 of them. Why is this getting a better rarity than a stupid ender chest? I'm sorry, I take that word back. Totally not. I don't know. I didn't. I went river mining at Lush Cave. And, nice. About at least a year in Minecraft terms. Oh yeah, 481 days. Most of them not slept. Also, it's too long. Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I still have not gotten the Swift Sneak or Soul Speed, but we're gonna work on those. Hmm. That's an end pickaxe. I got it from the end. Take that. It's a... Oh look, there's a bad omen bottle just hiding in there. I might as well start taking natural blocks as well. Let's see, building blocks, which I mean like cobblestone and stuff. Yeah, cobblestone, I'd count as building. Honestly, it's really rudimentary. And you have every right to say it's hideous or ugly looking, and whatever. The reason it looks ugly is that this base... Oh, whoops. I have that on. This base is actually just, you know, it's made to get materials for that base. Man, this is like one of the only... Exactly, you make a garbage base, and then you make it serve the purpose of building a better, much larger base. Yeah, it's been taking some time. Yeah, I like it. It's not a massive update, but whatever, I'll take it. If I can get an update, I'll be happy. I just got those heads today. Bedrock, unfortunately. Yeah, bro, I be running Java on the PlayStation 5. I wish. I cannot take when people literally crap all over, like... That's very interesting. You're the second person to do that. Whatever, there's no harm in that. Really? Really? That's an interesting take. I'm not gonna fight it. I think, in my opinion, PvP is blown out of proportion. I mean, at least PvE. I haven't tried PvP yet, actually. if you swing, I've actually played both. If you swing, then you actually can get less damage if you don't let it charge up, which is such a pain. Dead. Like my hopes and dreams. Honestly, I might as well just dispose. I'm gonna put anything in this chest, I'm gonna destroy. Yeah, it is more balanced. I will say. Although it is annoying, I can see how it is annoying. It is definitely more balanced. Definitely more balanced. Oh yeah. Backwards bridging is just suicide. I mean, you're just asking to get kicked off. I think I can do it. I'm okay at doing it. I can walk and do it. Can I sprint? You could probably sprint in Godbridge. I don't know if I could. Hey, let's give it a try. Oh, hell. Oh, so you want to play Trinity game, huh, dumbass? Got it. Thunk. Ow, idiot. On and okay, it takes timing. Also, I think a good tip with pick block is use or not that. I just said it. Literally just use pick block, honestly. Anybody else get annoyed when they accumulate all this natural blocks? Or these natural blocks? Well, here's the issue. I think the big issue is, I actually used to be into coding. Not as much anymore. But Minecraft Java is, of course, coded to Java. And Bedrock is coded in C++. Those two languages are really, really nice. But making two codes or games interact with each other that have different codes, it's possible, but it's very strenuous to do. It does take a little bit of time and resources. Like, for example, the reason why I don't get why people complain, oh, just copy paste the code when they like try to port a game to a different console. No. Yeah, C++. No, they can't do that. They usually have to rewrite the entire game from ground up. Which is why the mechanics in this game, technically, Java and Bedrock are technically two different games. they used two different languages. I don't really like doing like servers at all. The only reason is yeah, it's just numbers at the end of the day I'm changing. I want to actually play on my world where I can build and constantly work towards it. See ya. I've already gotten my part of my files done. Next week I'm gonna do it. They're open book, open notes. I shouldn't take long, so yeah. 1 out of 3 finals for me done. I don't know. Isn't that like... It might be against their TOS. I know it's against Roblox. I'm a pro... Or should I say, I am pro auto clicker. I love auto clicker. Might be, depending on like the server, they might not like it, which I don't blame them. I mean, it's literally an auto clicker. Fair enough. Natural block. I'm transferring stuff. So for all the people who are like, oh my gosh, sort? It's happening today, guys. I promise. It's happening today. This needed to happen a long time ago. Move. This dude's been stuck in my house for so long. Get out! Oh, the trades aren't that much. Only every book in the game. My villagers have done every book in the game. It'd be difficult to show you. Mending. Wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, I'm like, what the hell? Why is it low? It's Hero of the Villager. Hero of the Village. My gosh. Do that. Ooh, that's a double whammy. That's a triple whammy, actually. He's got triple max books. I have them all throughout here. All 39 sellable enchantments. However, I only have them in 30 villagers because there's some of them sell like 9 bonus. Fun fact, I actually have never farmed cows in this server. I've only found mushrooms because I live in the mesa. I'm like, whatever the hell. I'm gonna go out and go to the mesa or go to the mushroom island and go get myself some mushrooms. Not as much as my other account, though. My other world, I had basically the equivalent at least a shulker box full. Fishing? Rabbits. We don't talk about those days, Sonny. We don't talk about the days where they had to go and kill rabbits for a whole Minecraft week. We are not going there. I don't want to relive that. No. Hey, not as bad as the other time where I literally fished every bit of leather for an enchantment. I'm sorry, I just had to do that. I just love doing stupid stuff like that. I have a bit. I need a lot of bookcases. I could do a villager. Like, have them trade me the bookcases. I need... There's a bunch of building blocks. Quote-unquote building blocks in here. There's soul sand. I actually don't have a ton. Like, none like, refined food. I actually just buy all my cake. The reason I buy cake, I've learned from Tubi Tutti that cake is one of the fastest foods to eat because of lag. I grew up with a lot of lag, so you probably know why, because that's how I play. But watch. Done. And you just continue going out your way. I just destroy cake, because cake, I think it's even better, it's basically better than steak. And it's technically the most efficient food source, because you can't overeat cake. Well, you can, but only I have. No problem, just go to farmers and then buy them. You can buy about 12 cakes a day. I need to get, that's it. That little wooden, that little pathetic wooden shack is where I sleep. I live like Asmongold. I don't know why I said that. That's just... My God, I make the dumbest jokes. My God, please change the end. The end is more boring than my government class in high school. Please change the end. Also, Mojang, could you please bring back the God Apple recipe? Please, I'll beg you. I really want the God Apples back. And please stop nerfing things like the villagers. Like, Minecraft's supposed to be a game about freedom and creativity. Stop producing that. Don't worry, it's not that rare. Literally looks at it and only about like 5 or 10 show up on like a 30,000 by 30,000 square block area. You know what, honestly? Take an apple and you should be able to enchant it. If they made it something like, even like 50 levels, enchant an apple, and it took all of your levels away in a full stack of lapis, hell, I would be fine for that. I'd be like, yeah, screw that, I'll do that. That'd be a good way to spend your levels, because guess what? Past a certain part in the game, your levels are useless. To a certain degree. Repaired my bow. I had 50 levels, but honestly, I might just phase out bows. Or phase out the bow for like a... whatever you call it. Mending bow. Not a good one. I have a zombie spawner farm. Honestly, here's how I viewed it. The time it takes for me to gather materials and build one of these large XP farms, I could have done it. I could have taken the time and actually gotten the levels easier by either trading with villagers, going out and killing mobs for resources and XP, etc. I will definitely think about getting a good XP farm, even though I am basically way out of the need for one. Make sure I can cram everything I can in these chests. Damn, that is... I can't say I can because I've never modded Minecraft. I am not technologically savvy enough to do it. Although I would not shy away from doing it. Alright, let's start gathering up dirt, grass, of course. I'm getting low on cake. Okay, so I want to get what I call earth. Earth basically means grass, dirt, rooted dirt, farmland, podzol, mycelium, and other things. Basically, if I can turn it into dirt, it's dirt. I don't get people who dispose and destroy of dirt. Sorry, I had, answering the question, I, have, like, Terraria, Ashnir, Fallout, been playing some Doom recently. I had a whole Doomathon where I played every Doom game, except for Doom, Mighty Doom. Like, everyone. I went from Doom 1 to 2 to 64 to 3 to 2016 and then to Eternal. And it was fun. So cool, because every time I completed a game, I could feel the technological progression. That's my mycelium. I actually definitely made sure I grabbed myself a sample of that stuff. Oh my god. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. In most of my worlds, I don't go to the end, not because I'm afraid of the Ender Dragon. It's because I just think it's boring. Like, you get the Elytra, and you go. You don't go back to the end. You go to the Nether, because Nether's cool now. The Nether has all these biomes, and it's really, really cool. The end is boring. Like, the end, you go there, again, you go there for an Elytra, you leave, and you never come back. It's simple. You guys, you may not want to admit it, but that's literally the truth. Everybody does it. Maybe you go and make an end base, but for the most part, you're going for the Elytra. You're lying if you're telling me otherwise. Oh, and you might want some of those end rods for some of those sus machines that people keep building nowadays. Can they make shulkers respawn? I'm pretty sure they don't. I might be wrong though. Yeah, surely. Huh. Odd. Roughly. I have my sister play on it sometimes. I'm gonna have to get off soon because it's midnight. I usually don't stay up too long because I go to work. Although I can kind of sleep in, I still like to be at work pretty early with a good attitude. Yeah, it's almost midnight, like literally 2 minutes from the 6th. Dirt stonks. Hmm. Yes! Yeah, but I don't really play a whole lot of other worlds. I stick on one world because I don't like... If I put all my progress into one world, I want to see how good I can do. There we go. Yes, I'm a collector. Not only do I collect coins in real life, I collect blocks in Minecraft. You're lying if you told me you've never done it. Everyone loves collecting blocks. We're gonna target gravel. I know I have a bunch of it. And created your realm before that. Does it update your realm? So, I actually have played before the Pale Garden, and I explored new chunks, and it does give you brand new chunks. You can actually get a Pale Garden in the world that you generate. Technically, as long as you've updated it and you go explore new chunks, it'll generate. But if you have a very old world, I do recommend you do be cautious, because old worlds, when they create new chunks, can corrupt and cause chunk border errors. I've seen it firsthand. I've had a world get completely eviscerated by, like, a really good city world. Honestly, I wasn't sad that I lost the world. I was actually mesmerized at the beauty of computers. No, you can't kill them. Unless you remove the block. I can demonstrate. But I can't now. Need to wait for it to be night. Oop, that was voice crack. Dude, you can already see it start to get emptier. Hello. I would say I want to make something with treasures. 4. Could do better. Just make nether bricks and texture them, and then rename them to netherite ingot. That's how you... That's what we call Timu netherite bricks. Timu netherite bricks, bruh. Hey guys, I'm gonna make my next netherite brick. No, I don't care about crossbows. I'd probably say, at least 100. Less than that. Timu. Look, guys, my netherite brick. Don't worry, it's actually a real netherite ingot. I know it looks a little different. I got it off Timu. I don't know why it won't work, though. Unfortunately. Yeah, I can't get my new netherite ingot to work. Even though I got it off Timu. It's fine. If you have keen eyes, you can easily spot the fake. I could spot it. Like, on a whim, you could honestly fall for it. Like, if you're processing very quickly, yeah. Put that thing on a frame. I saw someone who put gunpowder in one of these frames and labeled it Grandpa's Ashes. Instagram is so wild. Bye. there's a bunch of dirt in here that I missed. Look at that. The holy dirt. Like, a ton of dirt in here. Yeah, I've seen that one too. That one's good. Minecraft, you can't add guns, but you can literally rename sugar to Coke. Hey man, not just any sugar, it's Escobar's sugar. Man, these chests got forgotten more than a middle child. That's actually kind of cool. Uranium doesn't look like that. It actually looks kind of gray. Honestly, I'd say the biggest thing that resembles uranium is netherite ingots, or maybe even netherite ingots could resemble plutonium in its purest form. I'm gonna put this gravel in here, and I'm gonna sign up. Some of the raw form of it is it can be green, but it also can be used as a pigment to color things orange, like sun-kissed orange is what we call it. I would know because I have a pretty large collection of uranium glass. Opaque and translucent alike. Strat game? Strategy? Kind of, yeah. Man, you wanna know what the best games are? Or the games that have open mic. My god. Open mic is the best thing to be invented in human history. I'm gonna gather weapons. Also, interesting, I actually lug arrows into the weapons category. Yeah, I lob arrows into the weapons category. I will. Honestly, even though I like red, I might do purple because my favorite color is purple, my favorite color is red. But honestly, I have a thing called Purple Union, which is my faction on this world. Oh my gosh, silk touch it. That's my biggest tip, is silk touch it. That way it can't overflow your chest. Pain in the ass to store. I'm not a massive copper hater, but I just don't really have a use for it. You should be able to make coins. Coming from a coin collector, that should be a thing. I'll count axes as a tool. We're tossing every stone sword we see. There's just no use in hoarding them. I remember once on my a lot of day, which actually, you wanna know what day they arrived here at? Day 69. Not joking you. Damn, yeah, I've been killing so many skeletons in the end, or not end, nether. Okay, guys, what are we gonna do? We gonna bet we got a full chest? Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times I'm gonna check, I'm gonna forget something. It's just me. I think I'm honestly gonna get stuffed. Yep, boom, boom, boom. I know I swept that one. Swept. Ooh, hey, get back here, little guy. Sweep you out. No! Get back over here. Oh, hey, whoops. I can't store anymore. Too many bows. Honestly, the only reason I save them is because I can use them for dispensers, and that's it. I don't really care about them. Most of the bows I get are promptly incinerated. That might be Misk. Like, Misk I count as, like, rotten flesh. Actually, no, I count as, like, you know, like, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. If you're asking how you could craft it, It was 1 apple plus 8 blocks of gold. But if you're asking how I got my apple, I think it was a... I have a mob farm, and it's a dungeon. I found it there. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's where I got it from. Honestly, I might just... I'm definitely gonna probably smelt down these swords. Damn, that's a lot of ammo. Fight a war with that. I have enough ammo to start, fight, and end the war. When I got all the junk, I hate when I have to accumulate these dumbass swords. Like, oh, these? I just grabbed them from the gold I find in the nether. Man, can you imagine getting like a dungeon spawner or like a mob farm and then getting a 1 rotten flesh per emerald? Honestly, where it's at is farmers and melons and pumpkins. Because honestly, you don't have to repeatedly trade them. You get 1 pumpkin for 1 emerald. Or, if you want to trade even more, you could actually get like 1 potato for an emerald. I actually get it for like 13 emeralds, but when I was actually getting every enchantment in the game, I got a villager to give me it for 1. I only go for double books. So if you actually look at my villagers, my librarians, what? Oh, that's one of my piercing villagers. I need to get rid of him. Literally, damn near all my villagers have 2 books. Bam, bam. Except for that one guy, they all have 2 books. Boom. Boom. That's my piercing guy. He's supposed to replace the other dude. Hello. Hope you're doing good today. Oh, hell no. I hate it. I just hate it. Yeah, you have that one dumbass friend, no offense, but one dumbass friend who wears it and they absolutely butt frick your sugarcane farm, and it's such a pain. Literally, I forgot these chests again, like a middle child. Oh man, you know what's evil? I gave my cousin was going to give his little brother a freaking binding pumpkin. Yeah, I can make binding pumpkins. That is some evil shit. Like, in Minecraft, as an entirely, if you're asking how long I've been playing the game, in about 12 days, it'll be my 12-year anniversary. Yeah. I did some math. I've been playing Minecraft for a whopping 3% of my lifespan. Like, not percent of days, like actual time on Earth, 3% of it's just Minecraft. Can you blame me? It's a fun game. Better than doing drugs and shit. If you ask me. Like, on PlayStation 4 and 5 confirmed, I have at least 4,000 hours. Hey! I mean, literally, you just... Random worlds, even though the gameplay is literally the same, you get random worlds, but it's a canvas. You literally are giving the biggest video game world. The biggest video game world in history. No other video game, like, not counting Void, no other video game comes close to how big Minecraft is. Exactly, it's so fun. Hold on. It is so fun. How many subs I'm at? Unless you're this guy. This guy, it's fun. Minecraft is fun unless you're this guy. This is so funny, in my opinion. It's so good.
Which way you want to go? I hear you over there.
So do I. They're like little devils.
Curse word warning.
Diamonds.
Get it. Oh no!
Sneeze.
His voice crack is what gets me. The voice crack gets me every time. Oh, maxed out bow? Oh, a fully charged Power 5 bow can one-shot an unarmored player. Like, actually, if they have full gold or iron or leather, it'll one-shot them regardless. Power 5 is actually no joke, and it is the most powerful weapon in the game. Not the diamond sword, not the trident, not the netherite sword. It is the most powerful conventional weapon that is not getting into, like PvP via crystal. So much armor. Oh man, he probably was pissed. Oof. I remember I had a cousin that was trying to be like a smart ass to me, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna dig down." I'm like, no, you don't dig down, buddy. And he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna show you." And he digs down immediately, like literally almost right before he hits the world border or world bottom. At the time, this is like 4-5 years ago. Little bro literally, or probably actually like 7 at this point. Like little bro actually hit a freaking lava lake and lost all of his shit and died and got pissed at me, even though I told him, "Don't dig down. It's simple. Just don't dig down." Honestly, unless you have feather falling 4, yeah. But you really want to be careful, because if you hit a freaking stalagmite, if you hit a stalagmite at the perfect height, you're cooked. Yup. What that dude just said. Unless, even you dig down, you do one thing. See this? See that? You may not be able to see it, but that's a 1x2 hole. And I use those, I dig 1x2s all the time to get down to diamonds. Just simple. I have a lot of armor. The gold is going to be smelted down. Dude, when you get all like the armor and stuff out, it just cleans up so fast. Boom, boom. Boom. Bed. Use a bed. Or if you're in the nether, you need to use a beacon. Or if you do use commands, you can hit /set spawn point. You know what? Honestly, my big tip, if you can do it, do trial chambers. They can get you easy source of diamonds, and if you get diamonds, get Fortune 3. I don't do commands anymore. I used to do keep inventory, but I just don't. But anyway, here's my tip. Get Fortune 3. When you get enough diamonds to get Fortune 3 in a corresponding table, I stop mining diamonds, and then when I get Fortune 3, I then return to go get them. That way I can save diamonds. I'm gonna piss someone off. Ready? Watch this. Ready for me to piss someone off? And before you guys start getting pissed at me, don't worry, watch this. Yawn. Don't worry. We can always go get more. I don't have chain plate on. What are you talking about? Destroys one set of leggings, and I just bought 3 more for 3 emeralds. Don't worry, dude. You're gonna get them. You have to start at one point. If you, by the way, I'm gonna tell you this. If you feel bad and you're like, oh my god, how is he doing so bad? It took me a month to make a crafting table. To make you feel better, it took me a month to make a crafting table. And it took me another month after that to actually start, like, mashing the game. I was horrible. Like, I was like Dean Takahashi. Look, I was like 7. I was shit. Yeah. When I was very little, it took me a long time to complete the game. That's a lot of armor. You know, guys, I'm gonna have to get off at night. I played 30 minutes past when I really wanted to stop. But yeah. I'll be live probably tomorrow at about 2:30, maybe 2 to 3. But yeah. By the way, dude, the guy that's new, if you join back on my streams, I can help you. I am pretty decent at the game. So yeah, I can help you out. Just yeah. See you guys. I will be on tomorrow, 2 p.m. Probably about 3 p.m. Central. Yeah, just ask me anything. Oh, I almost ate it. Oh my, that was almost a trip to the hospital. I don't want to do that because insurance is expensive right now. Anyway, I'm fine. See ya. Come back whenever you want.